the nose of a fighting man. Then he dropped the cigarette and stepped on it, and a quick, light step made faint noise behind me. I was far too late turning. Something swished, and I went out like a light. Chapter 4. When I came to, I was cold and wet and had a headache a yard wide. There was a soft bruise behind my right ear that wasn't bleeding. I had been put down with a sap. I got up off my back and saw that I was a few yards from the driveway, between two trees that were wet with fog. There was some mud on the backs of my shoes. I had been dragged off the path, but not very far. I went through my pockets. My gun was gone, of course, but that was all. That and the idea that this excursion was all fun. I nosed around through the fog, didn't find anything or see anyone, gave up bothering about that, and went along the blank side of the house to a curving line of palm trees and an old-type arc light that hissed and flickered, over the entrance to a sort of lane where I had stuck the 1925 Marmon touring car I still used for transportation. I got into it after wiping the seat off with a towel, teased the motor alive, and choked it along to a big empty street with disused car tracks in the middle. I went from there to DeCazens Boulevard, which was the main drag of Las Olindas, and was called after the man who built Canales' place long ago. After a while there was town, buildings, dead-looking stores, a service station with a night bell, and at last a drugstore which was still open. A dolled-up sedan was parked in front of the drugstore, and I parked behind that, got out, and saw that a hatless man was sitting at the counter, talking to a clerk in a blue smock. They seemed to have the world to themselves. I started to go in. Then I stopped and took another look at the dolled-up sedan. It was a Buick, and of a color that could have been Nile green in daylight. It had 2 spotlights and 2 little egg-shaped amber lights stuck up on thin nickel rods clamped to the front fenders. The window by the driver's seat was down. I went back to the Marmon and got a flash, reached in and twisted the license holder of the Buick around, put the light on it quickly, then off again. It was registered to Louis N. Harger. I got rid of the flash and went into the drugstore. There was a liquor display at one side, and the clerk in the blue smock sold me a pint of Canadian Club, which I took over to the counter and opened. There were 10 seats at the counter, but I sat down on the one next to the hatless man. He began to look me over, in the mirror, very carefully. I got a cup of black coffee 2/3 full and added plenty of the rye. I drank it down and waited for a minute to let it warm me up. Then I looked the hatless man over. He was about 28, a little thin on top, had a healthy red face, fairly honest eyes, dirty hands, and looked as if he wasn't making much money. He wore a gray whipcord jacket with metal buttons on it, pants that didn't match. I said carelessly in a low voice, "Your bus outside?" He sat very still. His mouth got small and tight, and he had trouble pulling his eyes away from mine in the mirror. "My brother's," he said after a moment. I said, "Care for a drink? Your brother is an old friend of mine." He nodded slowly, gulped, moved his hand slowly, but finally got the bottle and curdled his coffee with it. He drank the whole thing down. Then I watched him dig up a crumpled pack of cigarettes, spear his mouth with one, strike a match on the counter after missing twice on his thumbnail, and inhale with a lot of very poor nonchalance that he knew wasn't going over. I leaned close to him and said evenly, "This doesn't have to be trouble." He said, "Yeah, what's the beef?" The clerk sidled towards us. I asked for more coffee. When I got it, I stared at the clerk until he went and stood in front of the display window with his back to me. I laced my second cup of coffee and drank some of it. I looked at the clerk's back and said, "The guy the car belongs to doesn't have a brother." He held himself tightly but turned towards me. "You think it's a hot car?" "No." "You don't think it's a hot car?" I said, "No, I just want the story." "You a dick?" "Uh-huh. But it isn't a shakedown if that's what worries you." He drew hard on his cigarette and moved his spoon around in his empty cup. "I can lose my job over this," he said slowly. "But I needed $100. I'm a hack driver." "I guess that," I said. He looked surprised, turned his head and stared at me. "Have another drink and let's get on with it," I said. "Car thieves don't park them on the main drag and then sit around in drugstores." The clerk came back from the window and hovered near us, busying himself with rubbing a rag on the coffee urn. A heavy silence fell. The clerk put the rag down, went along to the back of the store, behind the partition, and began to whistle aggressively. The man beside me took some more of the whiskey and drank it, nodding his head wisely at me. "Listen, I brought a fare out and was supposed to wait for him. A guy and a Jane come up alongside me in the Buick, and the guy offers me $100 to let him wear my cap and drive my hack into town. I'm to hang around here an hour, then take his heap to the Hotel Carillon on Town Boulevard. My cab will be there for me. He gives me the $100. "What was his story?" I asked. He said they'd been to a gambling joint and had some luck for a change. They're afraid of holdups on the way in. They figure there's always spotters watching the play. I took one of his cigarettes and straightened it out in my fingers. "It's a story I can't hurt much," I said. "Could I see your cards?" He gave them to me. His name was Tom Snade, and he was a driver for the Green Top Cab Company. I corked my pint, slipped it into my side pocket, and danced a $50 on the counter. The clerk came along and made change. He was almost shaking with curiosity. "Come on, Tom," I said in front of him. "Let's go get that cab. I don't think you should wait around here any longer." We went out, and I let the Buick lead me away from the straggling lights of Las Olindas, through a series of small beach towns with little houses built on sandlots close to the ocean, and bigger ones built on the slopes of the hills behind. A window was lit here and there. The tires sang on the moist concrete, and the little amber lights on the Buick's fenders peeped back at me from the curves. At West Cimarron, we turned inland, chugged on through Canal City, and met the San Angelo Cut. It took us almost an hour to get to 5640 Town Boulevard, which is the number of the Hotel Carillon. It is a big, rambling, slate-roofed building with a basement garage and a forecourt fountain on which they play a pale green light in the evening. Green Top Cab number 469 was parked across the street on the dark side. I couldn't see where anybody had been shooting into it. Tom Snade found his cap in the driver's compartment, climbed eagerly under the wheel. "Does that fix me up? Can I go now?" His voice was strident with relief. I told him it was all right with me and gave him my card. It was 12 minutes past 1 as he took the corner. I climbed into the Buick and tooled it down the ramp to the garage and left it with a colored boy who was dusting cars in slow motion. I went around to the lobby. The clerk was an ascetic-looking young man who was reading a volume of California appellate decisions under the switchboard light. He said Lou was not in and had not been in since 11 when he came on duty. After a short argument about the lateness of the hour and the importance of my visit, he rang Lou's apartment, but there wasn't any answer. I went out and sat in my Marmon for a few minutes, smoked a cigarette, imbibed a little from my pint of Canadian Club. Then I went back into the Carillon and shut myself in a pay booth. I dialed the telegram, asked for the city desk, got a man named Von Ballen. He yelped at me when I told him who I was. "You still walking around?" That ought to be a story. I thought Manny Tinnan's friends would have had you laid away in old lavender by this time. I said, "Can that and listen to this. Do you know a man named Lou Harger? He's a gambler. Had a place that was raided and closed up a month ago." Von Ballen said he didn't know Lou personally, but he knew who he was. "Who around your rag would know him real well?" He thought a moment. "There's a lad named Jerry Cross here," he said. "That's supposed to be an expert on nightlife. What did you want to know?" "Where would he go to celebrate?" I said. Then I told him some of the story, not too much. I left out the part where I got sapped and the part about the taxi. He hasn't shown at his hotel, I ended. I ought to get a line on him. Well, if you're a friend of his, not of his crowd, I said sharply. Von Balen stopped to yell at somebody to take a call, then said to me softly close to the phone, "Come through, boy. Come through." "All right, but I'm talking to you, not to your sheet. I got sapped and lost my gun outside Canales joint." Lou and his girl switched his car for a taxi they picked up. Then they dropped out of sight. I don't like it too well. Lou wasn't drunk enough to chase around town with that much dough in his pockets. And if he was, the girl wouldn't let him. She had the practical eye. "I'll see what I can do," Von Balen said. "But it don't sound promising. I'll give you a buzz." I told him I lived at the Merritt Plaza, in case he had forgotten, went out and got into the Marmon again. I drove home and put hot towels on my head for 15 minutes, then sat around in my pajamas and drank hot whiskey and lemon and called the Carillon every once in a while. At 2:30, Von Balen called me and said no luck. Lou hadn't been pinched, he wasn't in any of the receiving hospitals, and he hadn't shown at any of the clubs Jerry Cross could think of. At 3 I called the Carillon for the last time. Then I put my light out and went to sleep. In the morning it was the same way. I tried to trace the red-haired girl a little. There were 28 people named Glenn in the phone book, and 3 women among them. 1 didn't answer. The other 2 assured me they didn't have red hair. 1 offered to show me. I shaved, showered, had breakfast, walked 3 blocks down the hill to the Condor building. Miss Glenn was sitting in my little reception room. Chapter 5. I unlocked the other door, and she went in and sat in the chair where Lou had sat the afternoon before. I opened some windows, locked the outer door of the reception room, and struck a match for the unlighted cigarette she held in her ungloved and ringless left hand. She was dressed in a blouse and plaid skirt with a loose coat over them, and a close-fitting hat that was far enough out of style to suggest a run of bad luck. But it hid almost all of her hair. Her skin was without makeup, and she looked about 30 and had the set face of exhaustion. She held her cigarette with a hand that was almost too steady, a hand on guard. I sat down and waited for her to talk. She stared at the wall over my head and didn't say anything. After a little while I packed my pipe and smoked for a minute. Then I got up and went across to the door that opened into the hallway and picked up a couple of letters that had been pushed through the slot. I sat down at the desk again, looked them over, read one of them twice, as if I had been alone. While I was doing this, I didn't look at her directly or speak to her, but I kept an eye on her all the same. She looked like a lady who was getting nerved for something. Finally, she moved. She opened up a big black patent leather bag and took out a fat manila envelope, pulled a rubber band off it, and sat holding the envelope between the palms of her hands, with her head tilted way back and the cigarette dribbling gray smoke from the corners of her mouth. She said slowly, "Lou said if I ever got caught in the rain, you were the boy to see. It's raining hard where I am." I stared at the manila envelope. "Lou is a pretty good friend of mine," I said. "I'd do anything in reason for him. Some things not in reason, like last night. That doesn't mean Lou and I always play the same games." She dropped her cigarette into the glass bowl of the ashtray and left it to smoke. A dark flame burned suddenly in her eyes, then went out. "Lou is dead." Her voice was quite toneless. I reached over with a pencil and stabbed at the hot end of the cigarette until it stopped smoking. She went on. "A couple of Canales' boys got him in my apartment with one shot from a small gun that looked like my gun. Mine was gone when I looked for it afterwards. I spent the night there with him dead. I had to." She broke quite suddenly. Her eyes turned up in her head, and her head came down and hit the desk. She lay still, with the manila envelope in front of her lax hands. I jerked a drawer open and brought up a bottle and a glass, poured a stiff one and stepped around with it, heaved her up in her chair. I pushed the edge of the glass hard against her mouth, hard enough to hurt. She struggled and swallowed. Some of it ran down her chin, but life came back into her eyes. I left the whiskey in front of her and sat down again. The flap of the envelope had come open enough for me to see currency inside, bales of currency. She began to talk to me in a dreamy sort of voice. We got all big bills from the cashier, but it makes quite a package at that. There's 22,000 even in the envelope. I kept out a few odd hundreds. Lou was worried. He figured it would be pretty easy for Canales to catch up with us. You might be right behind and not be able to do very much about it. I said, Canales lost the money in full view of everybody there. It was good advertising, even if it hurt. She went on exactly as though I had not spoken. Going through the town, we spotted a cab driver sitting in his parked cab, and Lou had a brainwave. He offered the boy a C-note to let him drive the cab into San Angelo and bring the Buick to the hotel after a while. The boy took us up, and we went over on another street and made the switch. We were sorry about ditching you, but Lou said you wouldn't mind. And we might get a chance to flag you. Lou didn't go into his hotel. We took another cab over to my place. I live at the Hobart Arms, 800 block on South Minter. It's a place where you don't have to answer questions at the desk. We went up to my apartment and put the lights on, and two guys with masks came around the half wall between the living room and the dinette. One was small and thin, and the other one was a big slob with a chin that stuck out under his mask like a shelf. Lou made a wrong motion, and the big one shot him just the once. The gun just made a flat crack, not very loud, and Lou fell down on the floor and never moved. I said, "It might be the ones that made a sucker out of me. I haven't told you about that yet." She didn't seem to hear that either. Her face was white and composed, but as expressionless as plaster. "Maybe I'd better have another finger of the hooch," she said. I poured us a couple of drinks, and we drank them. She went on, "They went through us, but we didn't have the money. We had stopped at an all-night drugstore and had it weighed and mailed it at a branch post office. They went through the apartment, but of course we had just come in and hadn't had time to hide anything. The big one slammed me down with his fist, and when I woke up again they were gone and I was alone with Lou dead on the floor." She pointed to a mark on the angle of her jaw. There was something there, but it didn't show much. I moved around in my chair a little and said, "They passed you on the way in. Smart boys would have looked a taxi over on that road. How did they know where to go?" "I thought that out during the night," Miss Glenn said. "Canales knows where I live. He followed me home once and tried to get me to ask him up."
"Yeah," I said, "but why did they go to your place and how did they get in?"
"That's not hard. There's a ledge just below the windows, and a man could edge along it to the fire escape. They probably had other boys covering Lou's hotel. We thought of that chance, but we didn't think about my place being known to them." "Tell me the rest of it," I said. "The money was mailed to me," Miss Glenn explained. "Lou was a swell boy, but a girl has to protect herself. That's why I had to stay there last night with Lou dead on the floor, until the mail came. Then I came over here." I got up and looked out of the window. A fat girl was pounding a typewriter across the court. I could hear the clack of it. I sat down again, stared at my thumb. "Did they plant the gun?" I asked. "Not unless it's under him. I didn't look there. They let you off too easy. Maybe it wasn't Canales at all. Did Lou open his heart to you much?" She shook her head quietly. Her eyes were slate blue now and thoughtful without the blank stare. "All right," I said. "Just what did you think of having me do about it all?" She narrowed her eyes a little, then put a hand out and pushed the bulging envelope slowly across the desk. "I'm no baby and I'm in a jam. But I'm not going to the cleaners just the same. Half of this money is mine, and I want it with a clean getaway, 1/2 net. If I'd called the law last night, there'd have been a way to chisel me out of it. I think Lou would like you to have his half, if you want to play with me." I said, "It's big money to flash at a private dick, Miss Glenn," and smiled wearily. "You're a little worse off for not calling cops last night, but there's an answer to anything they might say. I think I'd better go over there and see what's broken, if anything." She leaned forward quickly and said, "Will you take care of the money? Dare you?" "Sure, I'll pop downstairs and put it in a safe deposit box. You can hold one of the keys and we'll talk split later on. I think it would be a swell idea if Canales knew he had to see me. And still sweller if you hid out in a little hotel where I have a friend, at least until I nose around a bit." She nodded. I put my hat on and put the envelope inside my belt. I went out, telling her there was a gun in the top left-hand drawer if she felt nervous. When I got back, she didn't seem to have moved, but she said she had phoned Canales' place and left a message for him she thought he would understand. We went by rather devious ways to the Lorraine. At Brant and Avenue C, nobody shot at us going over, and as far as I could see, we were not trailed. I shook hands with Jim Dolan, the day clerk at the Lorraine, with a 20 folded in my hand. He put his hand in his pocket and said he would be glad to see that Miss Thompson was not bothered. I left. There was nothing in the noon paper about Lou Harger of the Hobart Arms. Chapter 6. The Hobart Arms was just another apartment house, in a block lined with them. It was 6 stories high and had a buff front. A lot of cars were parked at both curbs all along the block. I drove through slowly and looked things over. The neighborhood didn't have the look of having been excited about anything in the immediate past. It was peaceful and sunny, and the parked cars had a settled look, as if they were right at home. I circled into an alley with a high board fence on each side and a lot of flimsy garages cutting it. I parked beside one that had a for rent sign and went between 2 garbage cans into the concrete yard of the Hobart Arms, along the side to the street. A man was putting golf clubs into the back of a coupe. In the lobby, a Filipino was dragging a vacuum cleaner over the rug and a dark Jewess was writing at the switchboard. I used the automatic elevator and prowled along an upper corridor to the last door on the left. I knocked, waited, knocked again, went in with Miss Glenn's key. Nobody was dead on the floor. I looked at myself in the mirror that was the back of a pull-down bed, went across and looked out of a window. There was a ledge below that had once been a coping. It ran along to the fire escape. A blind man could have walked in. I didn't notice anything like footmarks in the dust on it. There was nothing in the dinette or kitchen except what belonged there. The bedroom had a cheerful carpet and painted gray walls. There was a lot of junk in the corner, around a wastebasket, and a broken comb on the dresser held a few strands of red hair. The closets were empty except for some gin bottles. I went back to the living room, looked behind the wall bed, stood around for a minute, left the apartment. The Filipino in the lobby had made about 3 yards with the vacuum cleaner. I leaned on the counter beside the switchboard. "Miss Glenn?" The dark Jewess said 524 and made a check mark on the laundry list. "She's not in. Has she been in lately?" She glanced up at me. "I haven't noticed. What is it, a bill?" I said I was just a friend, thanked her, and went away. That established the fact that there had been no excitement in Miss Glenn's apartment. I went back to the alley and the Marmon. I hadn't believed it quite the way Miss Glenn told it anyhow. I crossed Cordova, drove a block and stopped beside a forgotten drugstore that slept behind 2 giant pepper trees and a dusty, cluttered window. It had a single pay booth in the corner. An old man shuffled towards me wistfully, then went away when he saw what I wanted, lowered a pair of steel spectacles onto the end of his nose and sat down again with his newspaper. I dropped my nickel, dialed, and a girl's voice said, "Telegram," with a tinny drawl. I asked for Von Ballen. When I got him and he knew who it was, I could hear him clearing his throat. Then his voice came close to the phone and said very distinctly, I've got something for you, but it's bad. I'm sorry as all hell. Your friend Harger is in the morgue. We got a flash about 10 minutes ago." I leaned against the wall of the booth and felt my eyes getting haggard. I said, "What else did you get?" "Couple of radio cops picked him up in somebody's front yard or something in West Cimarron. He was shot through the heart. It happened last night, but for some reason they only just put out the identification." I said, "West Cimarron, huh? Well, that takes care of that. I'll be in to see you." I thanked him and hung up, stood for a moment looking out through the glass at a middle-aged, gray-haired man who had come into the store and was pawing over the magazine rack. Then I dropped another nickel and dialed the Lorraine, asked for the clerk. I said, "Get your girl to put me onto the redhead, will you, Jim?" I got a cigarette out and lit it, puffed smoke at the glass of the door. The smoke flattened out against the glass and swirled about in the close air. Then the line clicked and the operator's voice said, "Sorry, your party does not answer." "Give me Jim again," I said. Then when he answered, "Can you take time to run up and find out why she doesn't answer the phone? Maybe she's just being cagey." Jim said, "You bet, I'll shoot right up with a key." Sweat was coming out all over me. I put the receiver down on a little shelf and jerked the booth door open. The gray-haired man looked up quickly from the magazines, then scowled and looked at his watch. Smoke poured out of the booth. After a moment, I kicked the door shut and picked up the receiver again. Jim's voice seemed to come to me from a long way off. "She's not here. Maybe she went for a walk." I said, "Yeah, or maybe it was a ride." I pronged the receiver and pushed on out of the booth. The gray-haired stranger slammed a magazine down so hard that it fell to the floor. He stooped to pick it up as I went past him. Then he straightened up just behind me and said quietly but very firmly, "Keep the hands down and quiet. Walk on out to your heap. This is business." Out of the corner of my eye I could see the old man peeking short-sightedly at us. But there wasn't anything for him to see, even if he could see that far. Something prodded my back. It might have been a finger, but I didn't think it was. We went out of the store very peacefully. A long gray car had stopped close behind the Marmon. Its rear door was open, and a man with a square face and a crooked mouth was standing with one foot out on the running board. His right hand was behind him inside the car. My man's voice said, "Get in your car and drive west. Take this first corner and go about 25, not more." The narrow street was sunny and quiet, and the pepper trees whispered. Traffic threshed by on Cordova, a short block away. I shrugged, opened the door of my car, and got under the wheel. The gray-haired man got in very quickly beside me, watching my hands. He swung his right hand around with a snub-nosed gun in it. "Careful getting your keys out, buddy." I was careful. As I stepped on the starter, a car door slammed behind, there were rapid steps, and someone got into the back seat of the Marmon. I let in the clutch and drove around the corner. In the mirror, I could see the gray car making the turn behind. Then it dropped back a little. I drove west on a street that paralleled Cordova, and when we had gone a block and a half, a hand came down over my shoulder from behind and took my gun away from me. The gray-haired man rested his short revolver on his leg and felt me over carefully with his free hand. He leaned back satisfied. "Okay. Drop over to the main drag and snap it up," he said. "But that don't mean trying to sideswipe a prowl car if you lamp one. Or if you think it does, try it and see." I made the 2 turns, speeded up to 35, and held it there. We went through some nice residential districts, and then the landscape began to thin out. When it was quite thin, the gray car behind dropped back, turned towards town, and disappeared. "What's the snatch for?" I asked. The gray-haired man laughed and rubbed his broad red chin. "Just business. The big boy wants to talk to you." "Canales?" "Canales, hell," I said, "the big boy." I watched traffic, what there was of it that far out, and didn't speak for a few minutes. Then I said, "Why didn't you pull it in the apartment or in the alley?" "Wanted to make sure you wasn't covered." "Who's this big boy?" "Skip that till we get you there. Anything else?" "Yes. Can I smoke?" He held the wheel while I lit up. The man in the back seat hadn't said a word at any time. After a while, the gray-haired man made me pull up and move over, and he drove. "I used to own one of these 6 years ago when I was poor," he said jovially. I couldn't think of a really good answer to that, so I just let smoke seep down into my lungs and wondered why, if Lou had been killed in West Cimarron, the killers didn't get the money. And if he really had been killed at Miss Glenn's apartment, why somebody had taken the trouble to carry him back to West Cimarron. Chapter 7. In 20 minutes we were in the foothills. We went over a hogback, drifted down a long white concrete ribbon, crossed a bridge, went halfway up the next slope and turned off on a gravel road that disappeared around a shoulder of scrub oak and manzanita. Plumes of pampas grass flared on the side of the hill like jets of water. The wheels crunched on the gravel and skidded on the curves. We came to a mountain cabin with a wide porch and cemented boulder foundations. The windmill of a generator turned slowly on the crest of a spur 100 feet behind the cabin. A mountain blue jay flashed across the road, zoomed, banked sharply, and fell out of sight like a stone. The gray-haired man tooled the car up to the porch beside a tan-colored Lincoln coupe, switched off the ignition, and set the Marmon's long parking brake. He took the keys out, folded them carefully in their leather case, put the case away in his pocket. The man in the back seat got out and held the door beside me open. He had a gun in his hand. I got out. The gray-haired man got out. We all went into the house. There was a big room with walls of knotted pine, beautifully polished. We went across it walking on Indian rugs, and the gray-haired man knocked carefully on a door. A voice shouted, "What is it?" The gray-haired man put his face against the door and said, "Beasley and the guy you wanted to talk to." The voice inside said to come on in. Beasley opened the door, pushed me through it, and shut it behind me. It was another big room with knotted pine walls and Indian rugs on the floor. A driftwood fire hissed and puffed on a stone hearth. The man who sat behind a flat desk was Frank Dorr, the Politico. He was the kind of man who liked to have a desk in front of him and shove his fat stomach against it and fiddle with things on it and look very wise. He had a fat, muddy face, a thin fringe of white hair that stuck up a little, small, sharp eyes, small and very delicate hands. What I could see of him was dressed in a slovenly gray suit, and there was a large black Persian cat on the desk in front of him. He was scratching the cat's head with one of his little neat hands, and the cat was leaning against his hand. Its busy tail flowed over the edge of the desk and fell straight down. He said, "Sit down," without looking away from the cat. I sat down in a leather chair with a very low seat. Dorr said, "How do you like it up here? Kind of nice, ain't it? This is Toby, my girlfriend. Only girlfriend I got. Ain't you, Toby?" I said, "I like it up here, but I don't like the way I got here." Dorr raised his head a few inches and looked at me with his mouth slightly open. He had beautiful teeth, but they hadn't grown in his mouth. He said, "I'm a busy man, brother." It was simpler than arguing. "Have a drink?" "Sure, I'll have a drink," I said. He squeezed the cat's head gently between his two palms, then pushed it away from him and put both hands down on the arms of his chair. He shoved hard, and his face got a little red, and he finally got up on his feet. He waddled across to a built-in cabinet and took out a squat decanter of whiskey and 2 gold-veined glasses. "No ice today," he said, waddling back to the desk. "Have to drink it straight." He poured 2 drinks, gestured, and I went over and got mine. He sat down again. I sat down with my drink. Dorr lit a long brown cigar, pushed the box 2 inches in my direction, leaned back and stared at me with complete relaxation. "You're the guy that fingered Manny Tinnan," he said. "It won't do." I sipped my whiskey. It was good enough to sip. Life gets complicated at times, Dor went on, in the same even, relaxed voice. Politics, even when it's a lot of fun, is tough on the nerves. You know me. I'm tough and I get what I want. There ain't a hell of a lot I want anymore, but what I want bad. And ain't so damn particular how I get it. You have that reputation, I said politely. Dor's eyes twinkled. He looked around for the cat, dragged it towards him by the tail, pushed it down on its side, and began to rub its stomach. The cat seemed to like it. Dor looked at me and said very softly, "You bumped Lou Harger." "What makes you think so?" I asked, without any particular emphasis. "You bumped Lou Harger. Maybe he needed the bump, but you gave it to him. He was shot once through the heart with a .38. You wear a .38, and you're known to be a fancy shot with it. You were with Harger at Las Olindas last night and saw him win a lot of money. You were supposed to be acting as bodyguard for him, but you got a better idea. You caught up with him and that girl in West Cimarron, slipped Harger the dose, and got the money." I finished my whiskey, got up, and poured myself some more of it. "You made a deal with the girl," Dor said, "but the deal didn't stick. She got a cute idea. But that don't matter, because the police got your gun along with Harger, and you got the dough." I said, "Is there a tag out for me?" "Not till I give the word, and the gun hasn't been turned in. I got a lot of friends, you know." I said slowly, "I got sapped outside Canales' place. It served me right. My gun was taken from me. I never caught up with Harger, never saw him again. The girl came to me this morning with the money in an envelope and a story that Harger had been killed in her apartment. That's how I have the money, for safekeeping." I wasn't sure about the girl's story, but her bringing the money carried a lot of weight. And Harger was a friend of mine. I started out to investigate. "You should have let the cops do that," Dor said with a grin. "There was a chance the girl was being framed. Besides, there was a possibility I might make a few dollars legitimately. It has been done, even in San Angelo." Dor stuck a finger towards the cat's face, and the cat bit it with an absent expression. Then it pulled away from him, sat down on a corner of the desk, and began to lick one toe. $22 grand, and the Jane passed it over to you to keep," Dor said. "Ain't that just like a Jane? You got the dough," Dor said. "Harger was killed with your gun. The girl's gone, but I could bring her back. I think she'd make a good witness if we needed one." "Was the play at Las Olindas crooked?" I asked. Dor finished his drink and curled his lips around his cigar again. "Sure," he said carelessly. "The croupier, a guy named Pina, was in on it. The wheel was wired for the 00. The old crap. Copper button on the floor, copper button on Pina's shoe sole, wires up his leg, batteries in his hip pockets. The old crap." I said, "Canales didn't act as if he knew about it." Dor chuckled. "He knew the wheel was wired. He didn't know his head croupier was playing on the other team." "I'd hate to be Pina," I said. Dor made a negligent motion with his cigar. "He's taken care of. The play was careful and quiet. They didn't make any fancy long shots, just even money bets, and they didn't win all the time. They couldn't. No wired wheel is that good." I shrugged, moved around in my chair. "You know a hell of a lot about it," I said. "Was all this just to get me set for a squeeze?" He grinned softly. "Hell no. Some of it just happened, the way the best plans do." He waved his cigar again, and a pale gray tendril of smoke curled past his cunning little eyes. There was a muffled sound of talk in the outside room. "I got connections I got to please, even if I don't like all their capers," he added simply. "Like Manny Tinnan?" I said. "He was around City Hall a lot, knew too much." "Okay, Mr. Dor. Just what do you figure on having me do for you? Commit suicide?" He laughed. His fat shoulders shook cheerfully. He put one of his small hands out with the palm towards me. "I wouldn't think of that," he said dryly, "and the other way's better business. The way public opinion is about the Shannon kill, I ain't sure that louse of a DA wouldn't convict Tinnin without you, if he could sell the folks the idea you'd been knocked off to button your mouth." I got up out of my chair, went over and leaned on the desk, leaned across it towards Door. He said, "No funny business," a little sharply and breathlessly. His hand went to a drawer and got it half open. His movements with his hands were very quick in contrast with the movements of his body. I smiled down at the hand and he took it away from the drawer. I saw a gun just inside the drawer. I said, "I've already talked to the grand jury." Door leaned back and smiled at me. "Guys make mistakes," he said. "Even smart private dicks. You could have a change of heart and put it in writing." I said very softly, "No, I'd be under a perjury rap, which I couldn't beat. I'd rather be under a murder rap, which I can beat, especially as Fenweather will want to beat it. He won't want to spoil me as a witness. The Tinnin case is too important to him." Door said evenly, "Then you'll have to try and beat it, brother. And after you get through beating it, there'll still be enough mud on your neck so no jury'll convict Manny on your say-so alone." I put my hand out slowly and scratched the cat's ear. "What about the 22 grand? It could be all yours if you want to play. After all, it ain't my money. If Manny gets clear, I might add a little something that is me money." I tickled the cat under its chin. It began to purr. I picked it up and held it gently in my arms. "Who did kill Lou Harger, Door?" I asked, not looking at him. He shook his head. I looked at him, smiling. "Swell cat you have," I said. Door licked his lips. "I think the little bastard likes you," he grinned. He looked pleased at the idea. I nodded, and threw the cat in his face. He yelped, but his hands came up to catch the cat. The cat twisted neatly in the air and landed with both front paws working. One of them split Door's cheek like a banana peel. He yelled very loudly. I had the gun out of the drawer and the muzzle of it into the back of Door's neck when Beasley and the square-faced man dodged in. For an instant there was a sort of tableau. Then the cat tore itself loose from Door's arms, shot to the floor and went under the desk. Beasley raised his snub-nosed gun, but he didn't look as if he was certain what he meant to do with it. I shoved the muzzle of mine hard into Door's neck and said, "Frankie gets it first, boys. And that's not a gag." Door grunted in front of me. "Take it easy," he growled to his hoods. He took a handkerchief from his breast pocket and began to dab at his split and bleeding cheek with it. The man with the crooked mouth began to sidle along the wall. I said, "Don't get the idea I'm enjoying this, but I'm not fooling either. You heels stay put." The man with the crooked mouth stopped sidling and gave me a nasty leer. He kept his hands low. Door half turned his head and tried to talk over his shoulder to me. I couldn't see enough of his face to get any expression, but he didn't seem scared. He said, "This won't get you anything. I could have you knocked off easy enough, if that was what I wanted. Now where are you? You can't shoot anybody without getting in a worse jam than if you did what I asked you to. It looks like a stalemate to me." I thought that over for a moment while Beasley looked at me quite pleasantly, as though it was all just routine to him. There was nothing pleasant about the other man. I listened hard, but the rest of the house seemed to be quite silent. Door edged forward from the gun and said, "Well," I said, "I'm going out. I have a gun and it looks like a gun that I could hit somebody with if I have to. I don't want to very much. And if you'll have Beasley throw my keys over and the other one turn back the gun he took from me, I'll forget about the snatch." Door moved his arms in the lazy beginning of a shrug. "Then what?" "Figure out your deal a little closer," I said. "If you get enough protection behind me, I might throw in with you. And if you're as tough as you think you are, a few hours won't cut any ice one way or the other." "It's an idea," Door said and chuckled. Then to Beasley, "Keep your rod to yourself and give him his keys. Also his gun, the one you got today." Beasley sighed and very carefully inserted a hand into his pants. He tossed my leather key case across the room near the end of the desk. The man with the twisted mouth put his hand up, edged it inside his side pocket, and I eased down behind Door's back while he did it. He came out with my gun, let it fall to the floor, and kicked it away from him. I came out from behind Door's back, got my keys and the gun up from the floor, moved sidewise towards the door of the room. Door watched with an empty stare that meant nothing. Beasley followed me around with his body and stepped away from the door as I neared it. The other man had trouble holding himself quiet. I got to the door and reversed a key that was in it. Door said dreamily, "You're just like one of those rubber balls on the end of an elastic. The farther you get away, the suddener you'll bounce back." I said, "The elastic might be a little rotten," and went through the door, turned the key in it, and braced myself for shots that didn't come. As a bluff, mine was thinner than the gold on a weekend wedding ring. It worked because Door let it, and that was all. I got out of the house, got the Marmon started, and wrangled it around, and sent it skidding past the shoulder of the hill and so on down to the highway. There was no sound of anything coming after me. When I reached the concrete highway bridge, it was a little past 2 o'clock, and I drove with one hand for a while and wiped the sweat off the back of my neck. Chapter 8. The morgue was at the end of a long and bright and silent corridor that branched off from behind the main lobby of the county building. The corridor ended in 2 doors and a blank wall faced with marble. One door had "Inquest Room" lettered on a glass panel behind which there was no light. The other opened into a small, cheerful office. A man with gander blue eyes and rust-colored hair parted in the exact center of his head was pawing over some printed forms at a table. He looked up, looked me over, and then suddenly smiled. I said, "Hello, Landon, remember the Shelby case?" The bright blue eyes twinkled. He got up and came around the table with his hand out. "Sure, what can we do?" He broke off suddenly and snapped his fingers. "Hell, you're the guy that put the bee on that hot rod." I tossed a butt through the open door into the corridor. "That's not why I'm here," I said. "Anyhow, not this time. There's a fellow named Louis Harger, picked up shot last night or this morning in West Cimarron as I get it. Could I take a look-see?" "They can't stop you," Landon said. He led the way through a door on the far side of his office, into a place that was all white paint and white enamel and glass and bright light. Against one wall was a double tier of large bins with glass windows in them. Through the peepholes showed bundles in white sheeting, and further back, frosted pipes. A body covered with a sheet lay on a table that was high at the head and sloped down to the foot. Landon pulled the sheet down casually from a man's dead, placid, yellowish face. Long black hair lay loosely on a small pillow, with the dankness of water still in it. The eyes were half open and stared incuriously at the ceiling. I stepped close, looked at the face. Landon pulled the sheet on down and rapped his knuckles on a chest that rang hollowly, like a board. There was a bullet hole over the heart. "Nice clean shot," he said. I turned away quickly, got a cigarette out, and rolled it around in my fingers. I stared at the floor. Who identified him? "Stuff in his pockets," Landon said. "We're checking his prints, of course. You know him?" I said yes. Landon scratched the base of his chin softly with his thumbnail. We walked back into the office, and Landon went behind his table and sat down. He thumbed over some papers, separated one from the pile, and studied it for a moment. He said, "A sheriff's radio car found him at 12:35 a.m. on the side of the old road out of West Cimarron, a quarter of a mile from where the cutoff starts. That isn't traveled much, but the prowl car takes a slant down it now and then looking for petting parties." I said, "Can you say how long he had been dead?" "Not very long. He was still warm and the nights are cool along there." I put my unlighted cigarette in my mouth and moved it up and down with my lips. "And I bet you took a long 38 out of him," I said. "How did you know that?" Landon asked quickly. "I just guess. It's that sort of hole." He stared at me with bright, interested eyes. I thanked him, said I'd be seeing him, went through the door and lit my cigarette in the corridor. I walked back to the elevators and got into one, rode to the 7th floor. Then went along another corridor exactly like the one below, except that it didn't lead to the morgue. It led to some small, bare offices that were used by the district attorney's investigators. Halfway along, I opened a door and went into one of them. Bernie Olds was sitting humped loosely at a desk placed against the wall. He was the chief investigator Fenweather had told me to see, if I got into any kind of a jam. He was a medium-sized, bland man with white eyebrows and an out-thrust, very deeply cleft chin. There was another desk against the other wall, a couple of hard chairs, a brass spittoon on a rubber mat, and very little else. Olds nodded casually at me, got out of his chair and fixed the door latch. Then he got a flat tin of little cigars out of his desk, lit one of them, pushed the tin along the desk and stared at me along his nose. I sat down in one of the straight chairs and tilted it back. Olds said, "Well?" "It's Lou Harger," I said. I thought maybe it wasn't. "The hell you did. I could have told you it was Harger." Somebody tried the handle of the door, then knocked. Olds paid no attention. Whoever it was went away. I said slowly, "He was killed between 11:30 and 12:35. There was just time for the job to be done where he was found. There wasn't time for it to be done the way the girl said. There wasn't time for me to do it." Olds said, "Yeah, maybe you could prove that. And then maybe you could prove a friend of yours didn't do it with your gun." I said, "A friend of mine wouldn't be likely to do it with my gun, if he was a friend of mine." Olds grunted, smiled sourly at me sidewise. He said, "Most anyone would think that. That's why he might have done it." I let the legs of my chair settle to the floor. I stared at him. "Would I come and tell you about the money and the gun, everything that ties me to it?" Olds said expressionlessly, "You would if you knew damn well somebody else had already told it for you." I said, "Door wouldn't lose much time." I pinched my cigarette out and flipped it towards the brass cuspidor. Then I stood up. "Okay. There's no tag out for me yet, so I'll go over and tell my story." Olds said, "Sit down a minute." I sat down. He took his little cigar out of his mouth and flung it away from him with a savage gesture. It rolled along the brown linoleum and smoked in the corner. He put his arms down on the desk and drummed with the fingers of both hands. His lower lip came forward and pressed his upper lip back against his teeth. "Door probably knows you're here now," he said. "The only reason you ain't in the tank upstairs is they're not sure, but it would be better to knock you off and take a chance. If Fenweather loses the election, I'll be all washed up if I mess around with you." I said, "If he convicts Manny Tinnan, he won't lose the election." Olds took another of the little cigars out of the box and lit it. He picked his hat off the desk, fingered it a moment, put it on. "Why'd the redhead give you that song and dance about the bump in her apartment, the stiff on the floor, all that hot comedy?" "They wanted me to go over there. They figured I'd go to see if a gun was planted, maybe just to check up on her. That got me away from the busy part of town. They could tell better if the DA had any boys watching my blind side." "That's just a guess," Olds said sourly. I said, "Sure." Olds swung his thick legs around, planted his feet hard and leaned his hands on his knees. The little cigar twitched in the corner of his mouth. "I'd like to get to know some of these guys that let loose of 22 grand just to color up a fairy tale," he said nastily. I stood up again and went past him towards the door. Olds said, "What's the hurry?" I turned around and shrugged, looked at him blankly. "You don't act very interested," I said. He climbed to his feet, said wearily, "The hack driver's most likely a dirty little crook, but it might just be Doors lads don't know he rates in this. Let's go get him while his memory's fresh." Chapter 9. The Green Top garage was on De Viveras, 3 blocks east of Main. I pulled the Marmon up in front of a fire plug and got out. Oles slumped in the seat and growled, "I'll stay here. Maybe I can spot a tail." I went into a huge echoing garage, in the inner gloom of which a few brand-new paint jobs were splashes of sudden color. There was a small, dirty, glass-walled office in the corner, and a short man sat there with a derby hat on the back of his head and a red tie under his stubbled chin. He was whittling tobacco into the palm of his hand. I said, "You the dispatcher?" "Yeah, I'm looking for one of your drivers," I said. "Name of Tom Snade." He put down the knife and the plug and began to grind the cut tobacco between his two palms. "What's the beef?" he asked cautiously. "No beef. I'm a friend of his." "More friends, huh? He works nights, mister, so he's gone, I guess." 1723 Renfrew. That's over by Gray Lake. I said, "Thanks. Phone?" No phone. I pulled a folded city map from an inside pocket and unfolded part of it on the table in front of his nose. He looked annoyed. "There's a big one on the wall," he growled, and began to pack a short pipe with his tobacco. "I'm used to this one," I said. I bent over the spread map, looking for Renfrew Street. Then I stopped and looked suddenly at the face of the man in the derby. "You remembered that address damn quick," I said. He put his pipe in his mouth, bit hard on it, and pushed 2 quick fingers into the pocket of his open vest. Couple other mugs was asking for it a while back. I folded the map very quickly and shoved it back into my pocket as I went through the door. I jumped across the sidewalk, slid under the wheel, and plunged at the starter. "We're headed," I told Bernie Oles. "2 guys got the kid's address there a while back. It might be." Oles grabbed the side of the car and swore as we took the corner on squealing tires. I bent forward over the wheel and drove hard. There was a red light at Central. I swerved into a corner service station, went through the pumps, popped out on Central, and jostled through some traffic to make a right turn east again. A colored traffic cop blew a whistle at me, and then stared hard as if trying to read the license number. I kept on going. Warehouses, a produce market, a big gas tank, more warehouses, railroad tracks, and 2 bridges dropped behind us. I beat 3 traffic signals by a hair and went right through a 4th. 6 blocks on, I got the siren from a motorcycle cop. Oles passed me a bronze star, and I flashed it out of the car, twisting it so the sun caught it. The siren stopped. The motorcycle kept right behind us for another 12 blocks, then sheared off. Gray Lake is an artificial reservoir in a cut between 2 groups of hills on the east fringe of San Angelo. Narrow but expensively paved streets wind around in the hills, describing elaborate curves along their flanks for the benefit of a few cheap and scattered bungalows. We plunged up into the hills, reading street signs on the run. The gray silk of the lake dropped away from us, and the exhaust of the old Marmon roared between crumbling banks that shed dirt down on the unused sidewalks. Mongrel dogs quartered in the wild grass among the gopher holes. Renfrew was almost at the top. Where it began, there was a small, neat bungalow in front of which a child in a diaper and nothing else fumbled around in a wire. Pen on a patch of lawn. Then there was a stretch without houses. Then there were 2 houses. Then the road dropped, slipped in and out of sharp turns, went between banks high enough to put the whole street in shadow. Then a gun roared around a bend ahead of us. Oles sat up sharply, said, Oh, that's no rabbit gun," slipped his service pistol out and unlatched the door on his side. We came out of the turn and saw 2 more houses on the downside of the hill, with a couple of steep lots between them. A long gray car was slewed across the street in the space between the 2 houses. Its left front tire was flat, and both its front doors were wide open, like the spread ears of an elephant. A small, dark-faced man was kneeling on both knees in the street beside the open right-hand door. His right arm hung loose from his shoulder, and there was blood on the hand that belonged to it. With his other hand he was trying to pick up an automatic from the concrete in front of him. I skidded the Marmon to a fast stop and Oles tumbled out. "Drop that, you!" he yelled. The man with the limp arm snarled, relaxed, fell back against the running board, and a shot came from behind the car and snapped in the air not very far from my ear. I was out on the road by that time. The gray car was angled enough towards the houses so that I couldn't see any part of its left side except the open door. The shot seemed to come from about there. Oles put 2 slugs into the door. I dropped, looked under the car, and saw a pair of feet. I shot at them and missed. About that time there was a thin but very sharp crack from the corner of the nearest house. Glass broke in the gray car. The gun behind it roared, and plaster jumped out of the corner of the house wall, above the bushes. Then I saw the upper part of a man's body in the bushes. He was lying downhill on his stomach, and he had a light rifle to his shoulder. He was Tom Snade, the taxi driver. Oles grunted and charged the gray car. He fired twice more into the door, then dodged down behind the hood. More explosions occurred behind the car. I kicked the wounded man's gun out of his way, slid past him, and sneaked a look over the gas tank. But the man behind it had too many angles to figure. He was a big man in a brown suit, and he made a clatter running hard for the lip of the hill between the 2 bungalows. Oles's gun roared. The man whirled and snapped a shot without stopping. Oles was in the open now. I saw his hat jerk off his head. I saw him stand squarely on well-spread feet, steady his pistol as if he was on the police range. But the big man was already sagging. My bullet had drilled through his neck. Oles fired at him very carefully, and he fell, and the 6th and last slug from his gun caught the man in the chest and twisted him around. The side of his head slapped the curb with a sickening crunch. We walked towards him from opposite ends of the car. Oles leaned down, heaved the man over on his back. His face in death had a loose, amiable expression, in spite of the blood all over his neck. Oles began to go through his pockets. I looked back to see what the other one was doing. He wasn't doing anything but sitting on the running board, holding his right arm against his side and grimacing with pain. Tom Snade scrambled up the bank and came towards us. Oles said, "It's a guy named Poke Andrews. I've seen him around the pool rooms." He stood up and brushed off his knee. He had some odds and ends in his left hand. "Yeah, Poke Andrews. Gun work by the day, hour a week. I guess there was a livin' in it for a while." "It's not the guy that sapped me," I said, "but it's the guy I was looking at when I got sapped. And if the redhead was giving out any truth at all this morning, it's likely the guy that shot Lou Harger." Oles nodded, went over and got his hat. There was a hole in the brim. "I wouldn't be surprised at all," he said, putting his hat on calmly. Tom Snade stood in front of us with his little rifle held rigidly across his chest. He was hatless and coatless and had sneakers on his feet. His eyes were bright and mad, and he was beginning to shake. "I knew I'd get them babies," he crowed. "I knew I'd fix them lousy bastards." Then he stopped talking and his face began to change color. It got green. He leaned down slowly, dropped his rifle, put both his hands on his bent knees. Oles said, "You better go lay down somewhere, buddy. If I'm any judge of color, you're going to shoot your cookies." Chapter 10. Tom Snade was lying on his back on a day bed in the front room of his little bungalow. There was a wet towel across his forehead. A little girl with honey-colored hair was sitting beside him, holding his hand. A young woman with hair a couple of shades darker than the little girl's sat in the corner and looked at Tom Snade with tired ecstasy. It was very hot when we came in. All the windows were shut and all the blinds down. Oles opened a couple of front windows and sat down beside them, looked out towards the gray car. The dark Mexican was anchored to its steering wheel by his good wrist. "It was what they said about my little girl," Tom Snade said from under the towel. "That's what sent me screwy. They said they'd come back and get her if I didn't play with them." Oles said, "Okay, Tom, let's have it from the start." He put one of his little cigars in his mouth, looked at Tom Snade doubtfully, and didn't light it. I sat in a very hard Windsor chair and looked down at the cheap new carpet. I was reading a mag, waiting for time to eat and go to work. Tom Snade said carefully. The little girl opened the door. They come in with guns on us, got us all in here and shut the windows. They pulled down all the blinds but one, and the mech sat by that and kept looking out. He never said a word. The big guy sat on the bed here and made me tell him all about last night, twice. Then he said I was to forget I'd met anybody or come into town with anybody. The rest was okay. Oles nodded and said, "What time did you first see this man here?" "I didn't notice," Tom Snade said. "Say 11:30, 11:45. I checked into the office at 1:15, right after I got my hack at the Carillon. It took us a good hour to make town from the beach. We was in the drugstore, talkin' say 15 minutes, maybe longer. That figures back to around midnight when you met him," Oles said. Tom Snide shook his head, and the towel fell down over his face. He pushed it back up again. "Well, no," Tom Snade said. "The guy in the drugstore told me he closed up at 12. He wasn't closing up when we left." Oles turned his head and looked at me without expression. He looked back at Tom Snade. "Tell us the rest about the two gunnies," he said. "The big guy said most likely I wouldn't have to talk to anybody about it. If I did and talked right, they'd be back with some dough. If I talked wrong, they'd be back for my little girl." "Go on," Oles said. "They're full of crap." "They went away. When I saw them go on up the street, I got screwy. Renfrew is just a pocket, one of them graft jobs. It goes on around the hill half a mile, then stops. There's no way to get off it. So they had to come back this way. I got my .22, which is all the gun I have, and hid in the bushes. I got the tire with the second shot. I guess they thought it was a blowout. I missed with the next, and that put 'em wise. They got guns loose. I got the mechs then, and the big guy ducked behind the car. That's all there was to it. Then you come along." Oles flexed his thick, hard fingers and smiled grimly at the girl in the corner. "Who lives in the next house, Tom?" "A man named Grandy, a motorman on the Interurban. He lives all alone. He's at work now." "I didn't guess he was home." Oles grinned. He got up and went over and patted the little girl on the head. "You'll have to come down and make a statement, Tom." "Sure." Tom Snade's voice was tired, listless. "I guess I lose my job, too, for renting out the hack last night." "I ain't so sure about that," Oles said softly. "Not if your boss likes guys with a few guts to run his hacks." He patted the little girl on the head again, went towards the door and opened it. I nodded at Tom Snade and followed Oles out of the house. Oles said quietly, "He don't know about the kill yet. No need to spring it in front of the kid." We went over to the gray car. We had got some sacks out of the basement and spread them over the late Andrews, weighted them down with stones. Oles glanced that way and said absently, "I got to get to where there's a phone pretty quick." He leaned on the door of the car and looked in at the Mexican. The Mexican sat with his head back and his eyes half closed and a drawn expression on his brown face. His left wrist was shackled to the spider of the wheel. "What's your name?" Oles snapped at him. "Luis Cadena." The Mexican said it in a soft voice without opening his eyes any wider. "Which one of you heels scratched the guy at West Cimarron last night?" "No understand, senor," the Mexican said purringly. "Don't go dumb on me, Spig," Oles said dispassionately. "It gets me sore." He leaned on the window and rolled his little cigar around in his mouth. The Mexican looked faintly amused and at the same time very tired. The blood on his right hand had dried black. Oles said, "Andrews scratched the guy in a taxi at West Cimarron. There was a girl along. We got the girl. You have a lousy chance to prove you weren't in on it." Light flickered and died behind the Mexican's half-open eyes. He smiled with a glint of small white teeth. Oles said, "What did he do with the gun?" "No understand, senor." Oles said, "He's tough. When they get tough, it scares me." He walked away from the car and scuffed some loose dirt from the sidewalk beside the sacks that draped the dead man. His toe gradually uncovered the contractor's stencil in the cement. He read it out loud. Door Paving and Construction Company, San Angelo. It's a wonder the fat louse wouldn't stay in his own racket. I stood beside Oles and looked down the hill between the two houses. Sudden flashes of light darted from the windshields of cars going along the boulevard that fringed Gray Lake far below. Oles said, "Well?" I said, "The killers knew about the taxi maybe, and the girlfriend reached town with the swag. So it wasn't Canales' job. Canales isn't the boy to let anybody play around with 22 grand of his money. The redhead was in on the kill and it was done for a reason." Oles grinned. "Sure. It was done so you could be framed for it." I said, "It's a shame how little account some folks take of human life, or 22 grand. Harger was knocked off so I could be framed, and the dough was passed to me to make the frame tighter. Maybe they thought you'd highball," Oles grunted. "That would sew you up right." I rolled a cigarette around in my fingers. That would have been a little too dumb, even for me. "What do we do now? Wait till the moon comes up so we can sing, or go down the hill and tell some more little white lies?" Oles spat on one of Poke Andrews' sacks. He said gruffly, "This is county land here. I could take all this mess over to the substation at Solano and keep it hush-hush for a while. The hack driver would be tickled to death to keep it under the hat. And I've gone far enough so I'd like to get the mechs in the goldfish room with me personal." "I'd like it that way too," I said. "I guess you can't hold it down there for long, but you might hold it down long enough for me to see a fat boy about a cat." Chapter 11. It was late afternoon when I got back to the hotel. The clerk handed me a slip which read, "Please phone FD as soon as possible." I went upstairs and drank some liquor that was in the bottom of a bottle. Then I phoned down for another pint, scraped my chin, changed clothes, and looked up Frank Doerr's number in the book. He lived in a beautiful old house on Greenview Park Crescent. I made myself a tall, smooth one with a tinkle, and sat down in an easy chair with the phone at my elbow. I got a maid first. Then I got a man who spoke Mr. Doerr's name as though he thought it might blow up in his mouth. After him I got a voice with a lot of silk in it. Then I got a long silence, and at the end of the silence I got Frank Doerr himself. He sounded glad to hear from me. He said, "I've been thinking about our talk this morning, and I have a better idea. Drop out and see me. And you might bring that money along. You just have time to get it out of the bank." I said, "Yeah, the safe deposit closes at 6, but it's not your money." I heard him chuckle. "Don't be foolish. It's all marked, and I wouldn't want to have to accuse you of stealing it." I thought that over and didn't believe it about the currency being marked. I took a drink out of my glass and said, "I might be willing to turn it over to the party I got it from in your presence." He said, "Well, I told you that party left town, but I'll see what I can do. No tricks, please." I said, "Of course no tricks," and hung up. I finished my drink, called Von Ballen of the Telegram. Said the sheriff's people didn't seem to have any ideas about Lou Harger, or give a damn. He was a little sore that I still wouldn't let him use my story. I could tell from the way he talked that he hadn't got the doings over near Gray Lake. I called Oles, couldn't reach him. I mixed myself another drink, swallowed half of it, and began to feel it too much. I put my hat on, changed my mind about the other half of my drink, went down to my car. The early evening traffic was thick with householders riding home to dinner. I wasn't sure whether 2 cars tailed me or just one. At any rate, nobody tried to catch up and throw a pineapple in my lap. The house was a square 2-storied place of old red brick with beautiful grounds and a red brick wall with a white stone coping around them. A shiny black limousine was parked under the porte-cochere at the side. I followed a red-flagged walk-up over 2 terraces, and a pale wisp of a man in a cutaway coat let me into a wide, silent hall with dark old furniture and a glimpse of garden at the end. He led me along that and along another hall at right angles and ushered me softly into a paneled study that was dimly lit against the gathering dusk. He went away, leaving me alone. The end of the room was mostly open French windows, through which a brass-colored sky showed behind a line of quiet trees. In front of the trees, a sprinkler swung slowly on a patch of velvety lawn that was already dark. There were large dim oils on the walls, a huge black desk with books across one end, a lot of deep lounging chairs, a heavy soft rug that went from wall to wall. There was a faint smell of good cigars, and beyond that somewhere a smell of garden flowers and moist earth. The door opened, and a youngish man in nose glasses came in, gave me a slight formal nod, looked around vaguely, and said that Mr. Dorr would be there in a moment. He went out again, and I lit a cigarette. In a little while the door opened again and Beasley came in, walked past me with a grin and sat down just inside the windows. Then Dorr came in, and behind him Miss Glenn. Dorr had his black cat in his arms, and 2 lovely red scratches, shiny with collodion, down his right cheek. Miss Glenn had on the same clothes I had seen on her in the morning. She looked dark and drawn and spiritless, and she went past me as though she had never seen me before. Dorr squeezed himself into the high-backed chair behind the desk and put the cat down in front of him. The cat strolled over to one corner of the desk and began to lick its chest with a long, sweeping, businesslike motion. Dorr said, "Well, well, here we are," and chuckled pleasantly. The man in the cutaway came in with a tray of cocktails, passed them around, put the tray with the shaker down on a low table beside Miss Glenn. He went out again, closing the door as if he was afraid he might crack it. We all drank and looked very solemn. I said, "We're all here but 2. I guess we have a quorum." Dorr said, "What's that?" sharply, and put his head to one side. I said, "Lou Harger's in the morgue and Canales is dodging cops. Otherwise we're all here, all the interested parties." Miss Glenn made an abrupt movement, then relaxed suddenly and picked at the arm of her chair. Dorr took 2 swallows of his cocktail, put the glass aside, and folded his small, neat hands on the desk. His face looked a little sinister. "The money," he said coldly. "I'll take charge of it now." I said, "Not now or any other time. I didn't bring it." Dorr stared at me and his face got a little red. I looked at Beasley. Beasley had a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets and the back of his head against the back of his chair. He looked half asleep. Dorr said softly, meditatively, "Holding out, huh?" "Yes," I said grimly. "While I have it, I'm fairly safe. You overplayed your hand when you let me get my paws on it. I'd be a fool not to hold what advantage it gives me." Dorr said, "Safe?" with a gently sinister intonation. I laughed. "Not safe from a frame," I said. "But the last one didn't click so well. Not safe from being gun-walked again. But that's going to be harder next time, too. But fairly safe from being shot in the back and having you sue my estate for the dough." Dorr stroked the cat and looked at me under his eyebrows. "Let's get a couple of more important things straightened out," I said. "Who takes the rap for Lou Harger?" "What makes you so sure you don't?" Dorr asked nastily. "My alibi's been polished up. I didn't know how good it was until I knew how close Lou's death could be timed. I'm clear now, regardless of who turns in what gun with what fairy tale. And the lads that were sent to scotch my alibi ran into some trouble." Dorr said, "That's so?" without any apparent emotion. "A thug named Andrews and a Mexican calling himself Luis Cadena. I dare say you've heard of them." "I don't know such people," Dorr said sharply. "Then it won't upset you to hear Andrews got very dead and the law has Cadena." "Certainly not," Dorr said. "They were from Canales. Canales had Harger killed." I said, "So that's your new idea. I think it's lousy." I leaned over and slipped my empty glass under my chair. Miss Glenn turned her head towards me and spoke very gravely, as if it was very important to the future of the race for me to believe what she said. Of course Canales had Lou killed. At least the men he sent after us killed Lou. I nodded politely. What for? A packet of money they didn't get? They wouldn't have killed him. They'd have brought him in, brought both of you in. You arranged for that kill, and the taxi stunt was to sidetrack me, not to fool Canales' boys. She put her hand out quickly. Her eyes were shimmering. I went ahead. I wasn't very bright, but I didn't figure on anything so flossy. Who the hell would? Canales had no motive to gun Lou, unless it got back the money he had been gypped out of. Supposing he could know that quick he had been gypped. Dorr was licking his lips and quivering his chins, and looking from one of us to the other with his small, tight eyes. Miss Glenn said drearily, Lou knew all about the play. He planned it with the croupier, Pina. Pina wanted some getaway money, wanted to move on to Havana. Of course Canales would have got wise, but not too soon, if I hadn't got noisy and tough. He got Lou killed, but not the way you mean. I dropped an inch of ash off a cigarette I had forgotten all about. All right, I said grimly. Canales takes the rap, and I suppose you two chiselers think that's all I care about. Where was Lou going to be when Canales was supposed to find out he'd been gypped? He was going to be gone, Miss Glenn said tonelessly, a damn long way off, and I was going to be gone with him. I said, Nertz, you seem to forget Eno why Lou was killed. Beasley sat up in his chair and moved his right hand rather delicately towards his left shoulder. This wise guy bother you, Chief? Dorr said, Not yet. Let him rant. I moved so that I faced a little more towards Beasley. The sky had gone dark outside and the sprinkler had been turned off. A damp feeling came slowly into the room. Dorr opened a cedarwood box and put a long brown cigar in his mouth, bit the end off with a dry snap of his false teeth. There was the harsh noise of a match striking, then the slow, rather labored puffing of his breath in the cigar. He said slowly through a cloud of smoke, Let's forget all this and make a deal about that money. Manny Tinnan hung himself in his cell this afternoon. Miss Glenn stood up suddenly, pushing her arms straight down at her sides. Then she sank slowly down into the chair again, sat motionless. I said, Did he have any help? Then I made a sudden sharp movement and stopped. Beasley jerked a swift glance at me, but I wasn't looking at Beasley. There was a shadow outside one of the windows, a lighter shadow than the dark lawn and darker trees. There was a hollow, bitter coughing plop, a thin spray of whitish smoke in the window. Beasley jerked, rose halfway to his feet, then fell on his face with one arm doubled under him. Canales stepped through the windows, past Beasley's body, came 3 steps further, and stood silent, with a long, black, small-calibered gun in his hand, the larger tube of a silencer flaring from the end of it. Be very still, he said. I am a fair shot even with this elephant gun. His face was so white that it was almost luminous. His dark eyes were all smoke-gray iris, without pupils. Sound carries well at night out of open windows, he said tonelessly. Dorr put both his hands down on the desk and began to pat it. The black cat put its body very low, drifted down over the end of the desk and went under a chair. Miss Glenn turned her head towards Canales very slowly, as if some kind of mechanism moved it. Canales said, Perhaps you have a buzzer on that desk. If the door of the room opens, I shoot. It will give me a lot of pleasure to see blood come out of your fat neck. I moved the fingers of my right hand 2 inches on the arm of my chair. The silenced gun swayed towards me and I stopped moving my fingers. Canales smiled very briefly under his angular mustache. You are a smart dick, he said. I thought I had you right, but there are things about you I like. I didn't say anything. Canales looked back at Dorr. He said very precisely, I have been bled by your organization for a long time, but this is something else again. Last night I was cheated out of some money. But this is trivial too. I am wanted for the murder of this Harger. A man named Cadena has been made to confess that I hired him. That is just a little too much fix." Dor swayed gently over his desk, put his elbows down hard on it, held his face in his small hands and began to shake. His cigar was smoking on the floor. Canales said, "I would like to get my money back, and I would like to get clear of this rap, but most of all I would like you to say something. So I can shoot you with your mouth open and see blood come out of it." Beasley's body stirred on the carpet. His hands groped a little. Dor's eyes were agony, trying not to look at him. Canales was wrapped and blind in his act by this time. I moved my fingers a little more on the arm of my chair, but I had a long way to go. Canales said, "Pina has talked to me. I saw to that. You killed Harger because he was a secret witness against Manny Tinnan. The DA kept the secret, and the dick here kept it. But Harger could not keep it himself. He told his broad, and the broad told you. So the killing was arranged, in a way to throw suspicion with a motive on me. First on this dick, and if that wouldn't hold, on me." There was silence. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't get anything out. I didn't think anybody but Canales would ever again say anything. Canales said, "You fixed Pina to let Harger and his girl win my money. It was not hard because I don't play my wheels crooked." Dor had stopped shaking. His face lifted, stone white, and turned towards Canales, slowly, like the face of a man about to have an epileptic fit. Beasley was up on one elbow. His eyes were almost shut, but a gun was laboring upwards in his hand. Canales leaned forward and began to smile. His trigger finger whitened at the exact moment Beasley's gun began to pulse and roar. Canales arched his back until his body was a rigid curve. He fell stiffly forward, hit the edge of the desk, and slid along it to the floor without lifting his hands. Beasley dropped his gun and fell down on his face again. His body got soft and his fingers moved fitfully, then were still. I got motion into my legs, stood up and went to kick Canales' gun under the desk, senselessly. Doing this, I saw that Canales had fired at least once because Frank Dor had no right eye. He sat still and quiet with his chin on his chest and a nice touch of melancholy on the good side of his face. The door of the room came open, and the secretary with the nose glasses slid in pop-eyed. He staggered back against the door, closing it again. I could hear his rapid breathing across the room. He gasped, Is anything wrong?" I thought that very funny even then. Then I realized that he might be short-sighted, and from where he stood, Frank Dor looked natural enough. The rest of it could have been just routine to Dor's help. I said, "Yes, but we'll take care of it. Stay out of here." He said, "Yes, sir," and went out again. That surprised me so much that my mouth fell open. I went down the room and bent over the gray-haired Beasley. He was unconscious, but had a fair pulse. He was bleeding from the side, slowly. Miss Glenn was standing up and looked almost as dopey as Canales had looked. She was talking to me quickly, in a brittle, very distinct voice. I didn't know Lou was to be killed, but I couldn't have done anything about it anyway. They burned me with a branding iron, just for a sample of what I'd get. "Look," I looked. She tore her dress down in front, and there was a hideous burn on her chest, almost between her two breasts. I said, "Okay, sister, that's nasty medicine, but we've got to have some law here now and an ambulance for Beasley." I pushed past her towards the telephone, shook her hand off my arm when she grabbed at me. She went on talking to my back in a thin, desperate voice. I thought they'd just hold Lou out of the way until after the trial, but they dragged him out of the cab and shot him without a word. Then the little one drove the taxi into town, and the big one brought me up into the hills to a shack. Dor was there. He told me how you had to be framed. He promised me the money if I went through with it, and torture till I died if I let them down. It occurred to me that I was turning my back too much to people. I swung around, got the telephone in my hand, still on the hook, and put my gun down on the desk. "Listen, give me a break," she said wildly. Door framed it all with Pina, the croupier. Pina was one of the gang that got Shannon where they could fix him. I didn't. I said, "Sure, that's all right. Take it easy." The room, the whole house, seemed very still, as if a lot of people were hunched outside the door listening. "It wasn't a bad idea," I said, as if I had all the time in the world. Lou was just a white chip to Frank Door. The play he figured put us both out as witnesses. But it was too elaborate. Took in too many people. That sort always blows up in your face. "Lou was getting out of the state," she said, clutching at her dress. He was scared. He thought the roulette trick was some kind of a payoff to him. I said, "Yeah," lifted the phone and asked for police headquarters. The room door came open again then, and the secretary barged in with a gun. A uniformed chauffeur was behind him with another gun. I said very loudly into the phone, "This is Frank Door's house. There's been a killing." The secretary and the chauffeur dodged out again. I heard running in the hall. I clicked the phone, called the telegram office, and got von Ballen. When I got through giving him the flash, Miss Glenn was gone out of the window into the dark garden. I didn't go after her. I didn't mind very much if she got away. I tried to get Oles, but they said he was still down at Solano, and by that time the night was full of sirens. I had a little trouble, but not too much. Fenweather pulled too much weight. Not all of the story came out, but enough so that the city hall boys in the $200 suits had their left elbows in front of their faces for some time. Pina was picked up in Salt Lake City. He broke and implicated 4 others of Manny Tinnen's gang. 2 of them were killed resisting arrest, the other 2 got life without parole. Miss Glenn made a clean getaway and was never heard of again. I think that's about all, except that I had to turn the 22 grand over to the public administrator. He allowed me $200 fee and $9.20 mileage. Sometimes I wonder what he did with the rest of it. End of Fingerman by Raymond Chandler.
The Mysterious Mansion by Honoré de Balzac. About 100 yards from the town of Vendôme, on the borders of the Loire, there is an old grey house, surmounted by very high gables, and so completely isolated that neither tan-yard nor shabby hostelry, such as you may find at the entrance to all small towns, exists in its immediate neighborhood. In front of this building overlooking the river is a garden, where the once well-trimmed box borders that used to define the walks now grow wild as they list. Several willows that spring from the Loire have grown as rapidly as the hedge that encloses it and half conceal the house. The rich vegetation of those weeds that we call foul adorns the sloping shore. Fruit trees, neglected for the last 10 years, no longer yield their harvest, and their shoots form coppices. The wall fruit grows like hedges against the walls. Paths once gravelled are overgrown with moss, but, to tell the truth, there is no trace of a path. From the height of the hill, to which cling the ruins of the old castle of the Dukes of Vendôme, the only spot whence the eye can plunge into this enclosure, it strikes you that at a time not easy to determine, this plot of land was the delight of a country gentleman who cultivated roses and tulips and horticulture in general, and who was besides a lover of fine fruit. An arbor is still visible, or rather the debris of an arbor, where there is a table that time has not quite destroyed. The aspect of this garden of bygone days suggests the negative joys of peaceful provincial life, as one might reconstruct the life of a worthy tradesman by reading the epitaph on his tombstone. As if to complete the sweetness and sadness of the ideas that possess one's soul, one of the walls displays a sundial decorated with the following commonplace Christian inscription: Ultimum cogita. The roof of this house is horribly dilapidated. The shutters are always closed. The balconies are covered with swallows' nests. The doors are perpetually shut. Weeds have drawn green lines in the cracks of the flights of steps. The locks and bolts are rusty. Sunday, moon, winter, summer, and snow have worn the paneling. walked the boards, gnawed the paint. The lugubrious silence which reigns there is only broken by birds, cats, martins, rats, and mice, free to course to and fro, to fight and to eat each other. Everywhere an invisible hand has graven the word mystery. Should your curiosity lead you to glance at this house from the side that points to the road, you would perceive a great door which the children of the place have riddled with holes. I afterward heard that this door had been closed for the last 10 years. Through the holes broken by the boys, you would have observed the perfect harmony that existed between the facades of both garden and courtyard. In both, the same disorder prevails. Tufts of weed encircle the paving stones. Enormous cracks furrow the walls, round whose blackened crests twine the 1,000 garlands of the pellitory. The steps are out of joint. The wire of the bell is rusted. The spouts are cracked. What fire from heaven has fallen here? What tribunal has decreed that salt should be strewn on this dwelling? Has God been blasphemed? Has France been here betrayed? These are the questions we ask ourselves, but get no answer from the crawling things that haunt the place. The empty and deserted house is a gigantic enigma, of which the key is lost. In bygone times it was a small fief, and bears the name of the Grand Bretèche. I inferred that I was not the only person to whom my good landlady had communicated the secret of which I was to be the sole recipient, and I prepared to listen. "Sir," she said, "when the Emperor sent the Spanish prisoners of war and others here, the government quartered on me a young Spaniard who had been sent to Vendôme on parole. Parole notwithstanding, he went out every day to show himself to the sous-préfet. He was a Spanish grandee, nothing less. His name ended in os and dia, something like Burgos de Ferendia. I have his name on my books. You can read it if you like. Oh, but he was a handsome young man for a Spaniard. They are all said to be ugly. He was only 5 feet and a few inches high, but he was well grown. He had small hands that he took such care of. Ah, you should have seen. He had as many brushes for his hands as a woman for her whole dressing apparatus. He had thick black hair, a fiery eye. His skin was rather bronzed, but I liked the look of it. He wore the finest linen I have ever seen on anyone, although I have had princesses staying here. And among others, General Bertrand, the Duke and Duchess d'Abrantes, Monsieur de Cazes, and the King of Spain. He didn't eat much, but his manners were so polite, so amiable, that one could not owe him a grudge. Oh, I was very fond of him, although he didn't open his lips 4 times in the day, and it was impossible to keep up a conversation with him. For if you spoke to him, he did not answer. It was a fad, a mania with them all. I heard say he read his breviary like a priest. He went to Mass and to all the services regularly. Where did he sit? 2 steps from the chapel of Madame de Merret. As he took his place there the first time he went to church, nobody suspected him of any intention in so doing. Besides, he never raised his eyes from his prayer book. Poor young man! After that, sir, in the evening he would walk on the mountains among the castle ruins. It was the poor man's only amusement. It reminded him of his country. They say that Spain is all mountains. From the commencement of his imprisonment he stayed out late. I was anxious when I found that he did not come home before midnight, but we got accustomed to this fancy of his. He took the key of the door, and we left off sitting up for him. He lodged in a house of ours, in the Rue des Casernes. After that, one of our stablemen told us that in the evening, when he led the horses to the water, he thought he had seen the Spanish grandee swimming far down the river like a live fish. When he returned, I told him to take care of the rushes. He appeared vexed to have been seen in the water. At last, one day, or rather one morning, we did not find him in his room. He had not returned. After searching everywhere, I found some writing in the drawer of a table where there were 50 gold pieces of Spain that are called doubloons, and were worth about 5,000 francs, and 10,000 francs worth of diamonds in a small sealed box. The writing said that in case he did not return, he left us the money and the diamonds on condition of paying for masses to thank God for his escape and for his salvation. In those days my husband had not been taken from me. He hastened to seek him everywhere. And now, for the strange part of the story, he brought home the Spaniard's clothes that he had discovered under a big stone in a sort of pilework by the riverside near the castle, nearly opposite to the Grand Brett Pêche. My husband had gone there so early that no one had seen him. After reading the letter, he burned the clothes, and, according to Count Fay Pienderia's desire, we declared that he had escaped. The Sioux Prophet sent all the gendarmerie in pursuit of him, but brust, they never caught him. Their pa believed that the Spaniard had drowned himself. I, sir, don't think so. I am more inclined to believe that he had something to do with the affair of Madame de Marais, seeing that Rosalie told me that the crucifix that her mistress thought so much of, that she had it buried with her, was of ebony and silver. Now, in the beginning of his stay here, Monsieur de Pruneria had one in ebony and silver that I never saw him with later. Now, sir, don't you consider that I need have no scruples about the Spaniard's 15,000 francs, and that I have a right to them? Certainly, but you haven't tried to question Rosalie? I said, oh yes, indeed, sir, but to no purpose. The girl's like a wall. She knows something, but it is impossible to get her to talk. After exchanging a few more words with me, my landlady left me a prey to vague and gloomy thoughts, to a romantic curiosity, and a religious terror, not unlike the profound impression produced on us when, by night, on entering a dark church, we perceive a faint light under high arches. A vague figure glides by, the rustle of a robe or cassock is heard, and we shudder suddenly. The Grand Breteuil and its tall weeds, its barred windows, its rusty ironwork, its closed doors, its deserted apartments, appeared like a fantastic apparition before me. I essayed to penetrate the mysterious dwelling, and to find the knot of its dark story, the drama that had killed 3 persons. In my eyes, Rosalie became the most interesting person in Vendôme. As I studied her, I discovered the traces of secret care, despite the radiant health that shone in her plump countenance. There was in her the germ of remorse or hope. Her attitude revealed a secret, like the attitude of a bigot who prays to excess, or of the infanticide who ever hears the last cry of her child. Yet her manners were rough and ingenuous. Her silly smile was not that of a criminal, and could you but have seen the great kerchief that encompassed her portly bust, framed and laced in by a lilac and blue cotton gown, you would have dubbed her innocent. No, I thought, I will not leave Vendôme without learning the history of the Grand Brett Pêche. To gain my ends, I will strike up a friendship with Rosalie, if needs be. Rosalie, said I one evening, sir, you are not married? She started slightly. Oh, I can find plenty of men when the fancy takes me to be made miserable, she said, laughing. She soon recovered from the effects of her emotion, for all women, from the great lady to the maid of the inn, possess a composure that is peculiar to them. You are too good-looking and well-favored to be short of lovers. But tell me, Rosalie, why did you take service in an inn after leaving Madame de Marais? Did she leave you nothing to live on? Oh, yes, but, sir, my place is the best in all Vendôme. The reply was one of those that judges and lawyers would call evasive. Rosalie appeared to me to be situated in this romantic history like the square in the midst of a chessboard. She was at the heart of the truth and chief interest. She seemed to me to be bound in the very knot of it. The conquest of Rosalie was no longer to be an ordinary siege. In this girl was centered the last chapter of a novel. Therefore, from this moment, Rosalie became the object of my preference. One morning I said to Rosalie, "Tell me all you know about Madame de Marais." "Oh," she replied in terror, "do not ask that of me, Monsieur Horace." Her pretty face fell, her clear, bright color faded, and her eyes lost their innocent brightness. "Well then," she said at last, "if you must have it so, I will tell you about it. but promise to keep my secret." "Done. My dear girl, I must keep your secret with the honor of a thief which is the most loyal in the world." Were I to transcribe Rosalie's diffuse eloquence faithfully, an entire volume would scarcely contain it, so I shall abridge. The room occupied by Madame de Merret at the Bret Piché was on the ground floor. A little closet about 4 feet deep, built in the thickness of the wall, served as her wardrobe. 3 months before the eventful evening of which I am about to speak, Madame de Merret had been so seriously indisposed that her husband had left her to herself in her own apartment, while he occupied another on the first floor. By one of those chances that it is impossible to foresee, he returned home from the club, where he was accustomed to read the papers and discuss politics with the inhabitants of the place, 2 hours later than usual. His wife supposed him to be at home in bed and asleep, but the invasion of France had been the subject of a most animated discussion. The billiard match had been exciting. He had lost 40 francs, an enormous sum for Vendôme, where everyone hoards and where manners are restricted within the limits of a praiseworthy modesty, which perhaps is the source of the true happiness that no Parisian covets. For some time past, Monsieur de Merret had been satisfied to ask Rosalie if his wife had gone to bed, and on her reply, which was always in the affirmative, had immediately gained his own room with the good temper engendered by habit and confidence. On entering his house, he took it into his head to go and tell his wife of his misadventure, perhaps by way of consolation. At dinner he found Madame de Merret most coquettishly attired. On his way to the club it had occurred to him that his wife was restored to health, and that her convalescence had added to her beauty. He was, as husbands are wont to be, somewhat slow in making this discovery. Instead of calling Rosalie, who was occupied just then in watching the cook and coachman play a difficult hand at brisquet, Monsieur de Merret went to his wife's room by the light of a lantern that he deposited on the first step of the staircase. His unmistakable step resounded under the vaulted corridor. At the moment that the Count turned the handle of his wife's door, he fancied he could hear the door of the closet I spoke of close. But when he entered, Madame de Merret was alone before the fireplace. The husband thought ingenuously that Rosalie was in the closet. Yet a suspicion that jangled in his ear put him on his guard. He looked at his wife, and saw in her eyes I know not what wild and hunted expression. "You are very late," she said. Her habitually pure, sweet voice seemed changed to him. Monsieur de Merret did not reply, for at that moment Rosalie entered. It was a thunderbolt for him. He strode about the room, passing from one window to the other with mechanical motion and folded arms. "Have you heard bad news, or are you unwell?" inquired his wife timidly, while Rosalie undressed her. He kept silent. "You can leave me," said Madame de Merret to her maid. "I will put my hair in curl papers myself." From the expression of her husband's face, she foresaw trouble and wished to be alone with him. When Rosalie had gone, or was supposed to have gone, for she stayed in the corridor for a few minutes, Monsieur de Merret came and stood in front of his wife and said coldly to her, "Madame, there is someone in your closet." She looked calmly at her husband and replied simply, "No, sir." This answer was heartrending to Monsieur de Merret. He did not believe in it. Yet his wife had never appeared to him purer or more saintly than at that moment. He rose to open the closet door. Madame de Merret took his hand, looked at him with an expression of melancholy, and said in a voice that betrayed singular emotion, "If you find no one there, remember this. All will be over between us." The extraordinary dignity of his wife's manner restored the Count's profound esteem for her, and inspired him with one of those resolutions that only lack a vaster stage to become immortal. "No," said he. "Josephine, I will not go there. In either case, it would separate us forever. Hear me. I know how pure you are at heart, and that your life is a holy one. You would not commit a mortal sin to save your life. At these words, Madame de Marais turned a haggard gaze upon her husband. "Here, take your crucifix," he added. "Swear to me before God that there is no one in there. I will believe you. I will never open that door." Madame de Marais took the crucifix and said, "Sigh, I swear." "Louder," said the husband, "and repeat, 'I swear before God that there is no one in that closet.'" She repeated the sentence calmly. "That will do," said Monsieur de Marais coldly, after a moment of silence. "I never saw this pretty toy before," he said, examining the ebony crucifix inlaid with silver and most artistically chiseled. "I found it at Duvivier's, who bought it of a Spanish monk when the prisoners passed through Vendôme last year." "Ah!" said Monsieur de Marais, as he replaced the crucifix on the nail, and he rang. Rosalie did not keep him waiting. Monsieur de Marais went quickly to meet her, led her to the bay window that opened onto the garden, and whispered to her, "Listen, I know that Gorenflot wishes to marry you. Poverty is the only drawback, and you told him that you would be his wife if he found the means to establish himself as a master mason. Well, go and fetch him. Tell him to come here with his trowel and tools. Manage not to awaken anyone in his house but himself. His fortune will be more than your desires. Above all, leave this room without babbling. Otherwise," he frowned. Rosalie went away. He recalled her. "Here, take my latchkey," he said. "Jean!" then cried Monsieur de Marais in tones of thunder in the corridor. Jean, who was at the same time his coachman and his confidential servant, left his game of cards, and came. "Go to bed, all of you," said his master, signing to him to approach, and the Count added under his breath, "When they are all asleep, do ye hear? You will come down and tell me." Monsieur de Marais, who had not lost sight of his wife all the time he was giving his orders, returned quietly to her at the fireside and began to tell her of the game of billiards and the talk of the club. When Rosalie returned, she found Monsieur and Madame de Marais conversing very amicably. The Count had lately had all the ceilings of his reception rooms on the ground floor repaired. Plaster of Paris is difficult to obtain in Vendôme. The carriage raises its price. The Count had, therefore, bought a good deal, being well aware that he could find plenty of purchasers for whatever might remain over. This circumstance inspired him with the design he was about to execute. "Sir Gorenflot has arrived," said Rosalie in low tones. "Show him in," replied the Count in loud tones. Madame de Marais turned rather pale when she saw the mason. "Gorenflot," said her husband, "go and fetch bricks from the coach-house and bring sufficient to wall up the door of this closet. You will use the plaster I have over to coat the wall with." Then, calling Rosalie and the workman aside, "Listen, Gorenflot," he said in an undertone, "you will sleep here tonight, but tomorrow you will have a passport to a foreign country, to a town to which I will direct you. I shall give you 6,000 francs for your journey. You will stay 10 years in that town. If you do not like it, you may establish yourself in another, provided it be in the same country. You will pass through Paris, where you will await me. There I will insure you an additional 6,000 francs by contract, which will be paid to you on your return, provided you have fulfilled the conditions of our bargain. This is the price for your absolute silence as to what you are about to do tonight. As to you, Rosalie, I will give you 10,000 francs on the day of your wedding, on condition of your marrying Gorenflot. But if you wish to marry, you must hold your tongues, or no dowry." "Rosalie," said Madame de Marais, "do my hair." The husband walked calmly up and down, watching the door, the mason, and his wife, but without betraying any insulting doubts. Madame de Marais chose a moment when the workman was unloading bricks, and her husband was at the other end of the room to say to Rosalie, 1,000 francs a year for you, my child, if you can tell Gorenflot to leave a chink at the bottom." Then out loud she added coolly, "Go and help him." Monsieur and Madame de Marais were silent all the time that Gorenflot took to brick up the door. This silence on the part of the husband, who did not choose to furnish his wife with a pretext for saying things of a double meaning, had its purpose. On the part of Madame de Marais, it was either pride or prudence. When the war was about halfway up, the sly workman took advantage of a moment when the Count's back was turned to strike a blow with his trowel in one of the glass panes of the closet door. This act informed Madame de Marais that Rosalie had spoken to Gorenflot. All three then saw a man's face. It was dark and gloomy, with black hair and eyes of flame. Before her husband turned, the poor woman had time to make a sign to the stranger that signified hope. At 4 o'clock, toward dawn, for it was the month of September, the construction was finished. The mason was handed over to the care of Jean, and Monsieur de Marais went to bed in his wife's room. On rising the following morning, he said carelessly, "The deuce! I must go to the mairie for the passport." He put his hat on his head, advanced 3 steps toward the door, altered his mind, and took the crucifix. His wife trembled for joy. "He is going to Duvivier," she thought. As soon as the Count had left, Madame de Marais rang for Rosalie. Then, in a terrible voice, the trowel," she cried, "and quick to work. I saw how Gorenflot did it. We shall have time to make a hole and to mend it again." In the twinkling of an eye, Rosalie brought a sort of mattock to her mistress, who, with unparalleled ardor, set about demolishing the wall. She had already knocked out several bricks and was preparing to strike a more decisive blow when she perceived Monsieur de Marais behind her. She fainted. "I lay Madame on her bed," said the Count coldly. He had foreseen what would happen in his absence, and had set a trap for his wife. He had simply written to the mayor, and had sent for Duvivier. The jeweler arrived just as the room had been put in order. "Duvivier," inquired the Count, "did you buy crucifixes of the Spaniards who passed through here?" "No, sir." "That will do, thank you," he said, looking at his wife like a tiger. "Jean," he added, "you will see that my meals are served in the Countess's room. She is ill, and I shall not leave her until she has recovered." The cruel gentleman stayed with his wife for 20 days. In the beginning, when there were sounds in the walled closet, and Josephine attempted to implore his pity for the dying stranger, he replied, without permitting her to say a word, "You have sworn on the cross that there is no one there." End of The Mysterious Mansion by Honoré de Balzac.